Hey. Alright, alright, alright. There. So I switched it to a display capture rather than a window capture, so that when I switch to the videos, and I also have these pop-up things, I don't have to I don't have to switch tabs. I don't have to like go into OBS and do some gay shit. Gay as in bad. Gay as in annoying, as in not a good thing. Not as in homosexual. Sounding very tinny today. I think it might be because I put this like this dry reverb. So let's listen. We'll close this. It's very slight. Like there's almost no reverb at all. So it gives it like a sort of a room sound. Arching our fingers and all of that. We're doing this spider walk. And our thumb placement. And we're going to focus on all of the small things. All the small things. Our picking motion, like doing the rotation rather than the. And so this is what we got to do. We got to make sure that we hold the pick still. See, we have to do a lot of things that are seemingly on the surface contradictory. So we have to hold the pick so it's very stiff and firm, but then we also have to be fluid. But then we can't move our fingers like this. You see this what I'm doing here, this motion? We can't do this sort of fidgety motion. It has to be firm. And then we also have to rotate our wrist, so we can't lock up our fist. So we can't make a fist, but then we also have to like kind of put our fingers together nice and orderly and tight, so they're not like all like out and like shaking around and shit. And so it's like you kind of have to do a lot of seemingly contradictory things on the surface. And then so the main utility of this spider walk is we're using it to focus on our tiny little techniques like that. Just our picking motion, having accuracy with our fretting hand, so we're on the tips of our fingers. And so while initially trying to have accuracy is difficult, what it is in the long run is that that'll allow us to have simpler motions, right? And so if we can be accurate, you can see from this arched position, it takes less movement, right? There's literally less distance our fingers have to travel. And so if we work on this, that can actually help us get our speed higher up. Because there's this age-old question, do you want to focus on accuracy or do you want to focus on speed? And I think by focusing on accuracy, then you can focus on the speed, essentially. Like, by focusing on the accuracy, that'll give you a greater capacity to have speed. So yeah, got really poor form. There's a lot of areas that we're not up to snuff. That was a really weird speed. What is that? Okay, so I'm playing triplets. That's very interesting, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And so it doesn't end smoothly. That's really interesting. Let's try doing that more often with this spider walk, because that's more complicated. And it ends on the 1. See what I'm saying? Click, 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 click. Alright, and then this is, so that was triplets, this is quarter notes. Wait, hang on. That was triplets, this is quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, click, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I like those triplets. That's so interesting. It's kind of a mind fuck. It's just another way I could flex my brain. No, I think those were sextuplets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Now we're learning new ways to approach the spider walk, sextuplets. So I'm gonna slow it down. I'm gonna slow the BPM down so we can do all of these. So let's go through all of these different things, right? Whole notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 1. Click, 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 click. There's a beat for every note. Now I'm going to try to do triplets. Now let's do quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, now let's try second. So that was quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Now, what would it be if I tried to do 5? I don't think it would fit good. But we can see how it works. Hang on. Let's try counting this first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on. I'm kind of cheating. This is a weird way to flex my brain here. 5 notes over this 4/4 beat. We're kind of getting it. What's hard is the descent. Because what happens is that because it's 5, it basically go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are what would be the 1, right? So it's like, you know how there's a changing 1 and a or whatever. What would be the 1 for the descending is actually the 5, and so the 1 for the descending is 5. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So the 5 is what would be the 1. That sounds really weird, but like I'm trying to figure out how to verbalize something that makes sense. But let's just play through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it doesn't end smoothly, basically. But we kind of figured out that sort of rhythm. Hang on. couplets, because that's going to fit nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool, we kind of found that 6 pretty quickly. Okay, it's tough, so I'm going to shut up. I'm going to try to maintain the rhythm while having good form. Because if I'm talking, that helps me keep track of specifically if I'm on beat or not. But it distracts my brain from my picking motion, where I'm trying to maintain the rotating wrist rather than the up and the down, or the fidgety fingers. I don't want the fidgety fingers, and I don't want the up and the down. I want a rotation. Okay, let's do this. So multiple things. Very staccato, right? We want it to be very smooth rather than all that. I'm not Eminem with his staccato flow. Do not, it's a chance to snap. Do not take up the dot to drop dot with the smart dot. Zoning into something. But let's move on. I'm going to do eighth notes. Or we could try doing 7, since we did 5. That's going to be extremely awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, let's just do 8 notes. 7 is too ridiculous. Like, there's never going to be a scenario where we're doing 7 over 4. I mean 7 over 4, like 7, you get what I'm saying, right? The 7 over 8 is a thing in and of itself, but playing 7th notes over a 4/4 beat is probably never going to happen. However, 7 over 8 as a time signature it's not common, but if you're using odd time signatures, then it is common. Within the uncommon time signatures, 7/8 is common, but it's only common among the uncommon time signatures. Does that make sense? And then sometimes there'll be a lot of songs that'll have one bar in 6/8, and then the next bar in 7/8, and then the next bar in 6/8, and then the next bar in 7/8. I think, to me, the most obvious example is that Tool song "Schism" that everybody knows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like a complicated math equation. And so Adam Jones, the guitarist from Tool, the way he gets so many, just a brief side tangent, the way he manages to get so many notes in that quick little ba-ring, 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 ba-ring. What he does is he does these hammer-ons, and right, so he does the open string, and then he hammers on from 10 to 12. This right here. Actually, it's played on the bass. And so I guess it's technically done by Justin Chancellor, the bassist of Tool. But I'm pretty sure Adam Jones wrote that part. But you see this right here? Let's just isolate this one little part. That's 3 notes right there. So he does this. And if you notice, he plays the open string, then he goes to 10 to the 12. And if you know anything about music, what is 12? 12 is the octave where the whole series repeats, right? And so he's playing, so he could play this like, so it's as if he's going down a whole step and then up a whole step, right? But he's going up the entire sequence, right? So he plays that, that's D. Then he hammer-ons to, this is C. And then he hammers on up to the next D. So it's D, C, D. But then it's the octave D. So it's, and then you have this. He plays on the next string. And so that's a quick sextuplet right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 right there. And so this is the thing about Tool, is that they'll, on some level, it isn't actually that complicated. They're just playing simple things very, very creatively. They're being very, very innovative off the same basic knowledge that everybody else has. And so they're using very simple, so that's why Tool is such a special band, because it's like, you listen to Tool and then you figure out what they're doing, and it's sort of like, it's obvious. It's like that is the obvious progression of music. And that's sort of why they call it progressive rock or progressive metal, because it's kind of this place that where everybody ends up if you look into it long enough. Like, I think people who aren't in the know think like progressive rock is code for complicated. But I actually think it's people who figured out how to make the complicated very, very simple. That's how they're able to make the music in the first place. Because to them, these complicated ideas are simple. Okay. We wanted to do eighth notes. I'm gonna move it down to 40 BPM. We're just gonna go crazy. You know what, man? This is just the reality. My technique sucks. My picking technique sucks. It just sucks. There's no other way around it. Like, what's it gonna take to really fix that? So, I have a couple theories. There's a million different exercises you can try, right? But I think it might take something a little extra. But we'll see about that. We'll see about that. For now, let's just keep going for today. So let's think about this. Let's go through some more burnt videos, because those were doing as good yesterday. The biggest shred guitar mistake. Hand synchronization. Now, we're not necessarily shred guitar, but we're going to incorporate in that thing. But here's the thing. There's lessons to be learnt from the shred people, because all of their motions are in perfect synchronization, right?
What's up, YouTube?
I think I want to incorporate some shred into what I do. However, there are some guitarists who the entire purpose of their existence is so that they can play right over, up and down these arpeggios. That's not really what I'm trying to do.
Community, Bernd here. Welcome back to this week's video lesson.
You see what I'm saying? You hear the intro? It sounded exactly how I just described it. Hello guys, welcome to our video. It's like
This week we focus on developing some shredding skills once again. This time I'd like to discuss the #1 most common mistake concerning this playing style that I come across quite often, or on a more positive note, the most important skill you should develop further, hand synchronization. If the notes your left hand is playing are not perfectly lined up with the picking strokes of the right hand, you will end up with some very messy results. I'm sure you heard playing like that before, or you tried it out yourself. It sounds something like that.
yes. Okay, so what he is describing right now is and it's easy to like shrug your, especially when you come from like a punk rock kind of background, it's easy to shrug this off and be like, whatever, that's not important, right? But what he's talking about is when the notes that you are playing with your left hand do not match with the note values being played by your right hand, right? And so to give an example, right? And so I'm playing extremely fast with my right hand, and my left hand is not on the same speed, which can be a specific style, right? I'm reminded of the solo in Black Flag's Rise Above, right? And so Rise Above is, and then they go like this. But they kind of intentionally, because of their punk rock style, they deliberately and intentionally play a arrhythmic, notationally in sync sequence. However, that is not going to cut it as a par for course. And only in Black Flag's instance is it intentional, right? Because Greg Ginn, the leader of Black Flag, I believe he was a classically trained jazz musician before he turned to punk rock. That's why when Black Flag became like a punk rock jam band, they like did it so good because and then all the punk rockers hated them out of nowhere. They were like, Black Flag used to be punk, right? And then they started doing like these long jam sequences and shit. And the punk rockers didn't like that. They were like, free bird, we want our 1 minute songs back. You guys just did like a 7-minute like sludge, like fucking avant-garde fucking thing. We don't like that. Free bird. Give us our 1 minute songs.
While that might sound cool or even impressive for an untrained ear, it definitely loses its charm when you compare it to the clean and super fluid technique of your favorite shred guitar players. For this week's practical example, I recorded a lick with very special focus on the
Oh, that's a good one. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that is a good synchronization exercise. So let's see, let's break this down. Let's break this down first, before notationally. Let's just break down what scale this is in. This is the natural minor. I believe this is like, that's either Locrian or major, I'm not sure, but it kind of bleeds into both of them. That's major actually, so this must be Locrian. This is major. And that's Dorian. And so if you look at the thing here, it starts in 4/4, then it goes to 3/4, then it goes to 4/4. Sort of like we were talking about earlier with Tool, but more simple. Tool goes from 6 to 7 to 6 to 7. This is 4 to 3, 4 to 3.
The fast example might sound a bit intimidating at first.
So check this. Let's try playing along real quickly. No, he's playing it too fast. So let's start. Hang on. Oh yeah. 6, 8, 10. Whoa, and then they throw in that 9. What is that? Huh. So is that like a scale switch to make it? Well, how does that make sense? So we got this. Okay, so it's. Dude, my technique sucks. It just sucks. What a shame. What a travesty. I have a few ideas how we can fix this, but it's might involve some methods some might consider unconventional. Here, let's watch this.
The fast example might sound a bit intimidating at first, but it's always when you start very slow and dissecting. Of course, we will also discuss why this trick is so important for developing head synchronization, and then we'll also show you a picking trick that makes it a bit easier. But first, let's lay down the basics. The tempo for the fast example was 180 BPM and I was playing 16th notes, so compared to other stuff we looked at so far, actually not that fast. But since I put great focus into details here, like making everything audible and lining them up perfectly in rhythm, it sounds much faster
See,
and actually more
man, okay, when will this video come out? This video came out this came out 3 years ago. Okay, so I would have, back then I probably should have, before Burnt blew up, I was on the Burnt train early on within the guitar community, right? What I should have done was like join his what is it? Like his community thing, right? Where you get to like be in contact with him personally, right? I should have done that a long time ago. Because now he has like almost 1 million followers. So there's no chance he's got time to tutor me at all, right? But I could have had one-on-one Burnt instructions. You know what I'm saying? The fucking guitar god himself. I didn't take the, here's the thing, back then when I first stumbled on Burnt, I didn't know how to practice. Like I would just be like, oh cool, I gotta do this. Alright, cool, good, now I'm better. It's like,
show you a picking trick that makes it a bit easier, but first let's lay down the basics. The tempo for the fast example was 180 BPM and I was playing 16th notes, so compared to other stuff we looked at so far, actually not that fast. But since I put great focus into details here, like making every single note audible and lining them up perfectly in rhythm, it sounds much faster and actually more impressive. Making every single note audible
okay, look what happens right here.
Perfectly in rhythm, it sounds much faster.
He changes, it looks like he changes the scale. He adds this sharp G, this G sharp there. So what the fuck is that, man? See how many notes go think, think, like they're not ringing out properly.
And actually more impressive than it actually is. First of all, we're playing alternate picking here, so continuous down and up strokes for the picking pattern. But this is exact.
Okay, so let's have him break it down, explaining it.
In order for a lick or pattern like this to start over and over again in a 4/4 measure, we would need 16th notes, of course. There are multiple ways of how we could arrange that rhythmically in our composition, but for this week I chose a 4/4 measure followed by a 3/4 measure. So if you take a close look at the transcription with me here real quick, you will see that the pattern starts over in the next position in the end of the 4/4 measure, so in a quite odd and challenging place. The pattern after that is exactly the same rhythmically, but since the accents are shifting, it can be tricky to perform at first. Of course, we could also arrange it in 7/8, that way the pattern would fill up every measure and the accents are not shifting, but this is exactly part of what we want to train here. Here's all of that performed once again, just to a click. Please pay attention to how the accents are shifting between the 4/4 and 3/4 measure.
Yeah, yeah. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1. I see. So it switches between 3, 4, and 3.
You also want to start very slow and also work to.
And by doing that, that forces us to be like very cognizant of the relationship between our fretting hand and our picking hand, essentially. So let's try this. Bump this up to 60. Alright, so.
Focus on the connection between both of your hands. Let's listen to that one before we dive deeper.
Wait. That's not the one we want. Here's the fast one, we need a slow one. Alright, here we go. So, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. So what's fuck, man? Yes, that's complicated to get the rhythm right. I see what the practice is here. Here's what I think. Like, Bart's old videos are a lot harder than the new videos. But he acts like the new ones are the hard ones, and the old ones are the easy ones, for some reason. Oh yeah, I keep on doing this shit. You see this motion here, where I'm like widgeting my fingers? Like, that's wrong. And it's because I'm trying to switch that rotation thing, but I'm putting the rotation in like my thumb rather than my wrist. This doesn't even play it. So he gets it up to 180. That's fucking retarded. I hate this shit. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 1. Huh.
Connection between both of your hands. Let's listen to that one before we
Let's just get that first phrase. That last bit at the end makes me want to kill someone. I just have to figure out the pattern. And so this is, so here, okay, now it's a good thing to digress verbally. Alright, so for the longest time when I learned the guitar, I knew nothing of scales, I knew nothing of time signatures, I knew nothing of rhythm, I knew nothing of anything. And so I would just listen to it, and I would play it, right? Then you learn a bunch of information. Now, in the process of learning information, you can confuse yourself, right? But I think sometimes it's good to take a step back and just play it, right? There's an instance where I gotta just play it first. So look, there's this is the sort of pattern that I would notice before I learned music theory, right? And what I mean by that is that there are patterns within it that are not explained by music theory, right? Like we're doing the same sort of, these are all 3-note patterns, but the way we travel across them is the same each time. And just because you say, oh, that's a 4/4 bar and this is 3/4 bar or whatever, that's going to confuse you if you think about that, rather than just playing these notes. And so you could call that like a turnaround, I guess. I guess that's what that's called, right here when it goes back down. see that? You would, right there, you want it, when it goes up to the 10, viscerally it feels like that is the start of a new bar. But it isn't. Because there's that little extra, whatever, there's that extra measure there. So, 1, 1. Oh, fuck. It's like impossible to count out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Ugh. 1. That's so gay. How does that make any sense? 2, 3, 4, 1. Dude, this dude's piano is off. So if you listen to it, okay, let's count it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off. I'm fucking pissed. So yeah, okay, I can play along with it perfectly, but how the fuck does that rhythm make any sense at fucking all? Really pissed off right now. I'm so fucking pissed. Yeah. Ooga booga. Okay. Let's do this guy right here. Got a compressor. sick of this shit.
Like and subscribe so that you don't miss the next workout.
There's no way out.
See you next time, friends.
Trash. Genuine trash. Let's try this one.
Today we're gonna practice together. You can already grab your favorite beverage right now. Let me just quickly explain what we're doing. Practice together again. You can already grab your favorite
delegation. This is definitely how I want to hold the pick. I think I've found the sweet spot. That's right.
practice together now. Alternate picking. It might just be the most important guitar, especially if you want to play fast. So throughout November, I was showing you my personal technique tricks, exercises and biggest secrets that I use for my own music and for my own playing. Make sure to subscribe in case you missed some of those episodes, that way you will stay updated from now on.
But now the time has come.
It's finally time for us to practice together again. I prepared a really awesome and quite tricky picking play-along workout today. To make this simple and easy to learn for you, the workout is based on a chromatic scale and you're working with all your fingers. As always, you want this to sound like one long, uninterrupted stream of notes, so you absolutely want to avoid getting stuck in between the strings or generating any kind of unwanted noise when you're transitioning. Since this is a daily picking workout and practice challenge, make sure to comment the date of your practice session down below and also the BPM number where you got stuck at today. Of course, we will come back tomorrow and beat these results until you can complete all 12 levels of my picking workout challenge. And one last thing before we get started, in case you feel like you're doing something wrong with your picking technique, so if it feels a bit awkward at certain BPM steps of this workout and you feel like you're not completely in control, or if you're just completely stuck at a certain tempo and you just can't play faster no matter how hard you're practicing, I made another really awesome and quite exciting 30-day picking on at 50 beats per minute right away.
on the chin.
Start with level 1 at 50 beats per minute right away.
Supposed to give us really fast speed. If we can do this fucking retarded exercise over and over again at a fast speed. you slowly bring up the BPM. But I'm considering like killing a homeless person.
It's right away.
Or like poisoning someone's dog. Preferably a pit bull. I think every pit bull should be fucking executed immediately. Give them to the Chinese. Let them eat them. Pit bulls do not deserve to exist.
One at 50 beats per minute right away.
While we're at it, we'll give pit bull owners as well to the Chinese and let them be eaten as well. Let's kill every pit bull and every pit bull owner. Who's with me? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion's passed. Getting really close to saying the N-word. That's how angry I am.
Minutes right away. to the channel, fellow shredder Bernd here. I prepared a full challenge begin.
Alright, let's see this one.
The way of really staying updated. Enough talk, let the challenge begin. The challenge begin. So this exercise is currently in my alternate picking speed block. In my current practice routine, I want to spend at least 15 minutes at high tempos above 200 beats per minute with my alternate picking. That's when I really push myself and I focus on developing my technique further. And of course, the most important realizations concerning my picking technique usually happen in this practice block. So in my humble opinion, this is exactly what you should do each day to push yourself and to develop your skills further. That's why I finally made a much requested picking speed package for all of our members on Patreon. That one is based on my own current picking speed routine. With all these awesome practice files, you can test your limits on a daily basis. As always, you can find the link below. The second recent technique revelation actually came from the daily interaction with my student base, because I get quite a lot of frustrated messages on Patreon concerning picking inconsistencies on different strings. Here's a recent example for you, maybe you can relate to this. Hi Bernd, I'm relatively happy with the progress concerning the speed of my picking motion, but it's much easier for me to play fast on the higher strings. As soon as I go to the lower strings, it all falls apart. And here's where it gets interesting. I also get a lot of messages from students that struggle with the higher strings, and it's much easier for them to play on the lower strings. So the other way around. I naturally started investigating this some more, and I found my personal solution for this problem and why it occurs in the first place. It's because our picking angle sometimes completely changes from string to string when we anchor our wrist on the bridge like this and just move in an arching motion like that. So you end up with a good or normal angle for your alternate picking motion on the higher strings like this. But if you keep your wrist anchored like this for the perfect position on the highest string,
The 4 biggest guitar practice
pretend you're this
mistakes.
guitarist. You
This
find
is why you suck. Oh no, this is why you're stuck. Freudian slip.
put together an actual practice routine. You found some helpful exercises that will hopefully make you better every single day from now on. And after all this time, you're committed to reaching those big guitar goals that you always dreamed of. Maybe it's going on tour and playing guitar professionally, or maybe you just really want to be able to play your favorite music. You're officially on track from now on, and you will make it happen. It's just a matter of practice. Fast forward to a couple weeks later. You worked hard every single day, but don't see any real improvement with your playing. And in fact, some things seem even harder to do than before because you became more conscious of your technique mistakes and the gaps.
Oh, that's some real shit right there. So he's saying, you set aside the time to practice, you've been practicing every day, and now it's just a matter of time till you reach your goals. Fast forward a couple weeks later, and in fact, it's become more difficult to play certain things because you've been conscious of certain technique errors. It's become more difficult to play.
Things seem even harder to do than before because you became more conscious of your technique mistakes and the gaps in your music theory knowledge. You're slowly starting to dread the whole daily process of practicing and failing and practicing and failing, and you're just not as excited about picking up a guitar as you were when you started out. So you stop practicing for a day, ready to return when you feel less exhausted. But one day becomes 1 week and you're just jamming a couple of random riffs after work here and there, and before you know it, years start passing by and you always feel bad about never reaching your full potential and wonder what might have been if you would have practiced more.
That's too real, bro. What the fuck?
It's not that hard for me to imagine all of this because that was basically me many years ago. I always loved playing guitar when I was younger, but often got sidetracked and lost focus. With this video I want to show you how I pulled myself out of this rut a couple of years ago, and you will learn some very useful and actually quite simple methods for staying motivated and for getting the most out of your practice time with science. Yes,
With
science. I am obviously not a doctor, but thankfully there are a lot of very smart people out there dedicated to researching our brains and built-in flaws. I studied a lot of this over the last couple of years and finally want to share the methods that helped me out the most. If you're already subscribed and part of our guitar community, you know that I absolutely recommend working with practice plans. But it's a bit more complex than writing down an endless list of things to practice and trying to sit through it every day, absolutely hating the process. My first seemingly obvious tip is keeping things simple. You absolutely don't have to start with 3 hours each day, especially if you never did this on a regular basis before. Just start with 30 to 60 minutes. Actually, even consistent 15-minute sessions can work because it has been proven that just by the act of starting a productive activity, you will often be motivated to work much longer than you originally planned. You can also simply just add more and more time to your schedule as soon as you get more comfortable with doing this every day. But if you have that scary 3-hour session hanging over your head the entire day when you're just starting out, you might not really look forward to it. So after identifying the topics you really need to master to reach your personal guitar goals, and after adding your first exercises to all of those established blocks, it's time to think about how to actually practice. And I had this all wrong for a very long time. I'm sure you heard people say it's not about the hours, it's about what you practice. That's absolutely true, but after some years I will definitely also add it's about how you practice. To learn and to improve on the guitar requires massive amounts of concentration. That directly leads us to the term deliberate practice. Your attention is focused tightly on a specific skill you're trying to improve. You receive feedback so you can correct your approach to keep your attention exactly where it's most productive. So to sum it up in a simple way, deliberate practice cannot exist alongside distraction. It requires uninterrupted concentration. You might ask yourself at this moment, what has all of this to do with practicing and playing guitar? Well, next time you practice, pay close attention to how easily your mind is wandering as you're working on repetitive tasks. Many of you might also practice while watching TV sometimes. All of these distractions will limit the amount of progress you're making, and you might end up getting the value of a 20-minute session out of a full 1-hour routine. And if you're like me, you have a lot of other things to do and to take care of each day, so you absolutely need to get the most out of your daily time with the instrument. Let's go a bit deeper before we move to the next really helpful strategy. How exactly are you actually getting better at guitar playing? The latest science on performance suggests that you get better at a skill as you develop more fatty tissue around relevant neurons. So by focusing intensely on a specific skill, you're forcing the relevant circuit to fire again and again in isolation, and that effectively cements the skill. If you're not as much of a nerd about this as I am, please just make sure to focus hard on the task at hand when you're practicing, on your timing, on your technique, on your sound, on all of those tiny details you want to improve. Avoid drifting away mentally, thinking of completely unrelated things, and don't watch Netflix while you're trying to master something really difficult. When I was working a regular day job before becoming a full-time guitarist around 6 or 7 years ago, I was still smoking and I couldn't wait for each break. To check my phone, to smoke a cigarette, to get a coffee or to chat with coworkers and so on. I'm sure you're familiar with this feeling and that you love it as well. But when it comes to my practice time with the instrument, I actually stopped taking breaks like that. What got me the best results so far is batching my hard, important work into long, uninterrupted stretches. Because when you switch from task A to another task B and go back and forth like that, a residue of your attention remains stuck thinking about the original or previous task. And constantly working in a state of semi-distraction might be actually devastating for your overall guitar progress. Checking your phone or inbox every 10 minutes might seem harmless at first, but that quick check introduces a new target for your attention. That gets especially bad if you see a message you can't deal with at the moment because you still need to complete the current task. So to sum all this up, lock away your phone if you have to. I keep it in a separate room when I'm practicing. Try to avoid taking unnecessary breaks unless you feel like you really have to. This will allow you to go deep for longer periods of time and you will remain highly focused throughout the entire practice session, which is the main goal. The next strategy might be the most important one so far because it's all about staying motivated in the long run so that you happily return to the next and to the next practice session. Please remember, guitar progress is all about consistency and this should be fun. You should feel excited about picking up a guitar and practicing each day, and there actually are a couple of easy tricks that will result in this happy feeling whenever you start working out. So I made the mistake of structuring my personal practice routine completely wrong before I figured out the most important topics and the actual best sequence of going through them. If you are curious about this and if you would like to get my exact guitar practice routine that I currently recommend to all of my students, you can simply get it on patreon.com/Bernd along with all the best daily exercises. We built an amazing and positive learning environment over there and you will find all the right exercises for pretty much everything you want to master on the guitar. But to keep it short, it was much easier for me to stay motivated by placing the most fun and musical topics last. I currently end my practice routine with 20 minutes of improvisation. I'm obviously really warmed up at the end of my sessions, and doing something practical as a reward for my technique and theory work does wonders for my motivation. It's actually quite hard for me to put the guitar down after that to start working on my emails, and I honestly can't wait to do it all again the next day. So if you have one block or topic on your practice list that you really enjoy, I'd suggest placing it last to end your routine on a high note and to reward yourself that way. I know it's quite tempting to place it at the beginning to convince yourself to start practicing
at the end of the block. Improvisation. So obvious. That's the last thing you do, right? So we've been scheduling it so we do this thing to that thing to that thing to this thing. The last thing is improvisation. You end your practice with an improvisational section. Duh. You put the most fun thing last.
But it's much more important for me to be happy when I'm done, and this makes it easier for me to stay on track.
And then you always got something to look forward to whenever you're practicing.
So I hopefully motivated you to start with your very own guitar practice routine after watching today's video. Just like a Pokemon trainer, I want to present you with 3 starter exercises you can choose from right now if you're completely new to all of this. These are easy and extremely powerful, some classic workouts that every guitar player needs to know. Number 1 is the so-called spider exercise to improve your finger positioning. Number 2 is all about alternate picking.
Okay, so it's interesting because his exercise session, his practice session is scheduled very similarly to ours. He starts with spider walk and chromatic stuff. He switches to alternate picking, and then goes into arpeggios and etc. Right? It's very similar to ours.
And number 3 is about note location and music theory. Just pick one of these workouts or all three of them to start your personal practice adventure today. You can find the full lessons, the tabs, the Gitter profiles and all the additional practice files you need for those exercises on patreon.com/Bernd, where I'm posting helpful material for every single video that I make for YouTube. Of course, you can also get in touch with me personally over there in case you need some help with figuring out your perfect practice routine. In the end, make sure to like this video in case you're motivated to practice right now. This really helps me out with reaching and hopefully inspiring more players out there. And of course, also make sure to subscribe right now so that you never miss videos like this one again. I've been Bernd, you've been an awesome watcher, and I will hopefully see you in the next video. Bye bye.
Alright, so what's another
Today's
one of
very
those?
important question. How do you make faster, more effective and more substantial progress on the guitar in the shortest amount of time possible? Today I'd like to show you my personal most effective practice approach ever. This one saved me many years of working on the wrong exercises, and I think it will be very beneficial for your personal guitar progress as well. Before we start, this video is not just an abstract mindset explanation or something like that. I also prepared a super effective exercise for you that you can use in your next practice routine, and this one will take your shredding skills to the next level immediately as soon as you start working on it. So let's not waste any more time and check out what this is all about. If you followed my content here on YouTube or on Instagram, for example, you know that I'm a big fan of working with practice plans. I made a couple of videos on that already, but for this one I'd like to get more practical. I found one very special practice approach that made it possible for me to make quite a lot of progress in the last couple of years, and not a lot of players know about this helpful trick or actively work with it in their practice routine. And this trick is called effectively combining technique and theory. Sadly, we don't have 24 hours every single day to work on our guitar skills, so one day I thought to myself, why not combine the most important technique and theory topics in my practice routine in different exercises? That way I can make substantial progress every day in both sectors, and the technique exercises don't really end up to be too mechanical. That way I wouldn't be able to use them in a practical context. And the theory topics I want to improve as a player are less abstract, and it doesn't feel like studying with a textbook for an exam. Combining technique and theory correctly in your practice routine is a big focus of my online courses and of my lessons on Patreon. And for this lesson I'd like to give you a little taste and an example on how to get started. The following exercise is an amazing workout for your alternate picking and for building speed. So it's the perfect shredding exercise to have in your practice plan for the next couple of weeks. But simultaneously it will also really help you with visualizing 3 of the very most important shred scales across the neck. It also has a big focus on breaking free from those small scale boxes you find yourself trapped in when you're improvising or playing guitar solos. And you will immediately understand my personal system of learning and visualizing scales across the neck, because in a lot of cases you just have to change one note in very popular scales to get much more exotic and interesting sounds. So enough talk, here's the exercise we're working on today. Okay, so this was quite fast already. This was close to the end result when it comes to the picking speed and alternate picking workout aspect of this exercise. Let's slow it down right now so you get a better view and understanding of what we are working on today.
So is he using open
Now, so you
strings
get a
on that?
better view and understanding of what we are working on today.
No, he's not. See how terrible our technique is? We just really need to focus on the technique aspect, right? And so what happens is that after you start practicing discipline for a little bit, you start to become aware of all the little ways in which you suck, right? And so it becomes demotivating. And you have to stick with it. And then you have to like really zero in on those little technique flaws. As they say, sweet ignorance is bliss.
And alternate picking workout aspect of this exercise. Let's slow it down right now so you get a better view and understanding of what we are working on today.
And so I can feel it. It's just these tiny, tiny, tiny little changes that how you pick and how you finger the fretboard that have a massive impact. And I can feel it. It's like my mind is like, hang on, if you were just to like play it slightly differently, it'd be way better. But hang on, I gotta sneeze. There's this ingrained wrongness. So you just have to stick with it, and your brain will slowly, your body will slowly go in a better direction.
Technique or progress on the instrument. So as you could see, we are working with alternate picking right here. So a continuous pattern of downstroke, upstroke, downstroke, upstroke, and so on. So there's no economy picking approach in there. And we're only working on two strings, on the D string and on the G string. So from a mechanical aspect, this is a great exercise for switching between two different strings when it comes to fast alternate picking. This is a skill you will need very often, so it's very important to master it. And there's one small trick when it comes to that, and this is once again the angle of your pick. So when it comes to the picking angle for this exercise, I can't really recommend an angle like that, because when I start playing right now with this kind of angle, I'm stuck right now between the G and the D string in this area right here, and I would have to jump only the G string to be in the right position for the next string on the D string. But when I change my angle like that, from the exaggerated angle, my pick is moving away from the guitar and not kind of into the guitar, stuck between those two different strings. And when I continue playing with this angle, it's actually really beneficial for the next string transition as well, from the D string back to the G string. So once again, a slow comparison between those two angles.
He's talking about the picking angle, and he's right there. But here's what I'm noticing about myself. My left hand, my fretting, my fingering angle makes almost a bigger difference. See, like when I do it like this, that's not, I have to reach so much further than if I position my arm like this instead. Right? Because if I'm like this, my arm's out here, then look, my fingers are at a diagonal, and I have to literally reach further to reach that note. Whereas if I bring my my elbow to my I'm like literally touching my body, right? Then there's a better angle. You know what I'm saying? You see the angle is like way more, there's much more free room.
This is a great exercise for switching between two different strings when it comes to fast alternate picking. This is a skill you will need very often in shredding, so it's very important to master it. And there's one small trick when it comes to that, and this one is once again so you can start picking this exercise. I actually recommend like that. If I start picking with this kind of angle, I'm stuck right now between the G and the B string in this area right here. And I would have to jump over the G string to be in the right position for the next stroke on the D string. But when I change my angle like that, to go exaggerated really quick, my pick is moving away from the guitar and not kind of into the guitar, stuck between those two different strings. And when I continue playing with this angle, it's actually really beneficial for the next string transition as well, from the D string back to the G string. So once again, a slow comparison between these two close, since you don't feel trapped in one position anymore. You can quickly switch between different positions and ascend across the neck. And of course, this is extremely helpful in a practical context. Before we're adding the next level of challenge to this exercise, I want you to focus on the notes that you're playing when you're working on this exercise. Please don't just remember those individual patterns and where you have to put your fingers. Also learn and think about the two different strings, and benefits to this exercise is switching between different scales in your So just as a super quick reminder from the video that I posted on the modes, I only have to change one note.
So this is what the score is right now. We're not where we need to be yet. And we're so off target that it's going to take time. More time than you want it to take. So we're just going to have to stick with it every day and try to play our cards carefully. So fundamentally, the main thing I think we need to focus on, I believe that we are sufficient in our understanding of musical theory. Obviously there's always more to learn, but I think we are sufficient with that. I think the primary thing we need to focus on is this area referred to as technique. That is to say, our accuracy, the manner in which we are rotating our hand when we pick, our fingering, the angles at which we are using our fingers, little things like that. How cleanly we are playing, the degree to which we can capitalize on certain note values, right? Now that is what we need to do on the front of on the guitar skills front. Now there's multiple fronts to life, right? They say you do not want to wage a war on two fronts. That was the mistake Hitler made. That was the mistake Napoleon made. Unfortunately, everybody in life is a losing battle, right? But you can fight that battle with bravery and character. Right. and as such, we're all white. If fighting a war on two fronts is a problem, imagine what the war of life is like. That's like a 90 million front war, which goes to show how special humans are, because they fight it every day. It's such a retarded way of putting it, but the spirit of it makes sense. Alright, how about we learn a song? What's a complicated song that I like? Well, we could start with learning an easy song and just learn a couple songs. And so the thing is, I think the level I'm at with my guitar playing, it's more so when you learn a song, it's not so it's like for technique most of the time, right? It's more like, oh, okay, so that is an example of how it gives me the opportunity to analyze it in terms of theory, essentially. And it also gives me practical practice. Because whether any artist likes it or not, what they've done can be described in theoretical terms. We could learn like a Zeppelin. We could do, what do we want to do? It's so crazy how basically once you start getting better on one front, once you realize you are deficient in the technique front, all of a sudden things that used to be easy to play become harder to play because you are more cognizant of the technique flaws, right? And so all of a sudden these things that were easy become hard again. Which is apparently that's a very common predicament, it seems. That makes sense to me. It seems very obvious that how that would happen very commonly. Now, with all things, there are levels to this game. I don't think I need to have 1,000,000,000% the cleanest, most unbelievable technique, nor will I ever be that player, because that's just not really my inclinations. That being said, I think there's massive room for improvement with my technique. I don't want to be like a super sterile and clean player, right? I think part of what I like about how I play is that there is some craziness to it. But we need to dial in our excesses, so to speak. So you can sit around and talk about it forever, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to put our time in every day. Right now I'm just looking for a song to learn. I'm just going through my list of bands. My albums list, rather. Of which there are thousands. Thousands to choose from. I'm just like, when I see it, then it's gonna hit me. That's the song to learn, where I'll see the album and I'll go, that one has that one song. This one right here. This is my favorite song by the band Hole. The Courtney Love's band. I like their album before she met Kurt Cobain. She had this song, Retard Girl. I think it was about herself. That Courtney Love lady, she's one of these Jews. And her folks were Deadheads. And she's actually on the back cover of the Axo Maxo album by the Grateful Dead when she was like a little child. Anyways, being Jewish, having Deadhead parents, and being big fans of Kurt Cobain, me and her both have that in common. It's like, I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories, but some of them are pretty stupid. I like the conspiracy theories that are true. Like it's dumb when you have to hold like two completely opposite ideas in your head at the same time, right? So the whole one where it's like Kurt Cobain, she like she killed, or Courtney Love, she killed Kurt Cobain. That one's ridiculous. Because you have to believe two different things at the same time, right? You have to believe that, like, Courtney Love is this stupid, like, brain dead, drug addict, like, bad influence, like low IQ, like, stupid whatever, right? And then you also have to believe that she's like some Machiavellian super master genius who managed to like orchestrate this like assassination of her like $1 billion, however many dollar like successful husband, and then she's like genius and as sociopathic and psychopathic enough to like maintain this illusion, this lie that she doesn't know about that. That's obviously retarded. And now, the Gulf of Tonkin. That's a real conspiracy theory. Vietnam. Look it up, Gulf of Tonkin. They hated him. They hated him because he spoke the truth. Alright. Well, we could start with like some Oasis song, because this is how Oasis does every single one of their songs. It's like a standard chord pattern, and then he throws in a weird chord right before they go into the chorus. And then they reverse the chord pattern in the chorus, right? That's every Oasis song. It's like, alright, this is a standard chord pattern, and then right before they go into the chorus, it's like, oh. Then they like throw in some weird shit, right? And then they do the chorus, which is the reverse of the verse. Do we want to do Some Might Say? Some might say that we will never conquer. This is the best lyric of that song. Some might say they don't believe in heaven. Well, go tell that to the man who lives in hell. Some might say. Alright. just learn these chords first. D, D. That sunshine follows thunder. And then what's this? That's sus2, I guess. Some might say you might. Some might say, and here's the real chord, C add 9, right? You see what I'm saying? This is how they do it every single time. Then they throw in a weird chord right before the chord. So what is C add 9? Like I should be able to. I imagine that's just. Alright, it's good. Some might Yeah, the Oasis, man. Oasis. That's probably like, what a phenomenon. That's probably one of the last truly great rock bands that just conquered the whole world. That is until the caveman. Get this surgery on my nose, and so the good thing about that is I get to relearn how to sing from the ground up. Or, well, maybe I've never even learned how to sing, really. I think that's the truth. It's an opportunity. This is what I meant to say. It's an opportunity to learn how to sing from the ground up. Feel about it is there's this whole higher register that is inaccessible, and so I have to rely on this what is called vocal fry, which is kind of like when you have those valley girls, I guess, And they go, oh my god, that's like so, like, totally crazy. And then Becky, she just did that. And then, oh my god. That was kind of like a Boston-y Valley Girl for some reason. This is the weird chord of Some Might Say. They add a C add 9 before the chorus. Some might that right there. Every Oasis song, they have one weird chord. Well, I'm sure they break up the formula sometimes. And I think part of like what was so good about Oasis, and what was also good about Nirvana while we're at it, simplicity. They had a million bands trying to do way more complicated shit, but you know what? They had no intention of any sort of complexity. The difference is, I think Noel, right? Noel Gallagher, he's the dude who wrote all the songs lyrically and like musically, right? I think he knew a lot, but he was like he simplified it so he could have a band with his brother, right? Whereas and then Liam Gallagher, he definitely outshined his brother. Noel was like the quiet nerd kind of guy, whereas Liam was a real rock star, and he had that voice. Kurt Cobain, though, that is that is like punk rock Jesus. I know we have this word grunge. I don't think at any point when Nirvana was on the come up they were like, we are a grunge band. That was a marketing term that was invented like by like record label people. But man, Kurt Cobain, what he did. This is what happened in Nirvana's music. On the first album, Bleach, right, when they were underground, that was, his guitar playing was more complex. And it was more metally. They were never a metal band, but it was heavier, right? Then on Nevermind, they were turning into a pop band. Self-described. They self-described themselves as a pop band. They said, we are like the Bay City Rollers meets Black Sabbath. Right? And if you listen to Nevermind, those are all pop songs. Right? Go sing those Nirvana songs without all the guitars and all of that. Let's start this off without any words. Got so high, strapped to a plan. I love myself better than you. Da 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 da. It's like those are pop songs, man. One baby to another says I'm lucky to meet you. Na 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 na. Because it's all about that melody. It's in like the 4/4 time signature, so it's snappy, and then it has the verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. And I think what had happened with the last album, a lot of shit happened, right? For one, the guy was not in a good space. But yeah, I think on some level, he tried to make more complicated music, right? And so what is the first song? Serve the Servants. And so he was tired of the criticism where he just used like one chord. You know what I mean? Like all of Nevermind can be played with like one chord, right? All one chord. So it's just one chord. It's the power chord. And so that is the brilliance of Kurt Cobain. He became the biggest band in the entire world, and he barely knew anything about the guitar. Territory, that was Drain You, Territory Pissings, one chord. Right? On a Plane, one chord. Something in the way. Or something in the way, it's the same chord, but he puts it in a drop too. What, did I miss any songs on that album? Lounge Act. I don't know the chords to Lounge Act. And Stay Away. Let's figure out the Stay Away chords by just hearing the song in my head. Stay away. Yeah. You know, Stay Away used to be Pay to Play. Pay to play. If you listen to that, then play that song in like 1990, before Nevermind came out in 91. It's all one chord though. Anyways, on the next album, their third album, In Utero, they stepped it up and he learned music theory and all this shit. And so it starts it off with this insanely dissonant augmented chord. Then he plays this. This is a dominant chord. And then he goes back to the power chords, right? As if he's like torn. He's torn between two chords. And then the chorus, it goes back to the power chord. Or whatever, right? But here's the thing, now he learned all the music theory at this point, and so he knows how to play. He's playing it differently, so that's all in like the natural minor, right? Whereas, prior to that, he would have these chromatic stylings, right? Because he was just picking power chords that sounded good. So In Bloom, let's analyze In Bloom. Listen to that, or look at it. Like, to me, it's visual. It's like you can see that breaks the scale. It's scale breaking, because he's not thinking in terms of scales at all. Or Lithium. That was the other song on Nevermind I missed. It almost makes me feel like he did know music theory at that point. I feel like when he got the major record label, the major record deal, they made him learn music theory. Because it's like he's deliberately breaking all of the rules. Right? So listen. C sharp, C sharp, A. Right? So look, all these notes in front of each other. Right? Kurt Cobain was insanely talented. That's what people say he's like a bad guitarist or whatever. They just don't understand what's really going on there. They just don't know the score. No, he wasn't doing like Eddie Van Halen guitar solos. He was playing a different game. It's almost like these are two different like songs that he just put together like schizophrenically. Like that's one song, and then this is another. Right, and then he goes, yeah. Anyway, and it's all one chord. I think the homeboy was insecure. He was like, why am I the #1 band in the whole world when we literally have Soundgarden just down the street from me, and they're like obviously a million times better in every aspect, like musically. Obviously, there was a lot going on with that guy. I think the main thing was this whole Courtney Love situation. Hey man, that dissonant chord at the beginning of Serve the Servant. He's like, I know music theory guys now. Here's what I'm gonna do with it. Play the most horrific chord imaginable. It goes like this. Then he does the dominant. I was just anyways. Then he also had that other song, All Apologies. Right? You see what I'm saying? That's like a different. Like literally all of Nevermind was all power chords, right? Now he's doing shit like this. What's another song that was on that album? In Utero. Okay, so yeah, they have this. So on Penny Royalty, it starts A minor. Then it goes to A major. Then it goes to A minor. Or whatever the fuck, right? What's another song on that album? They had that song that was made by... See, dude, fucking Kurt, you retarded fucking idiot. You should have kept going, man. You should have made, you had so many good albums, dude. Who cares about a bitch? They could have made so many other good albums, I'm telling you guys. No, but my parents got divorced and I was sad and I don't want to get divorced and make my kids sad and so I'm just gonna kill myself and then shut up. I think that dude was on too much heroin. I think that dude was on a lot of heroin. Let's learn a Weezer song. You guys ever hear the conspiracy theory that Rivers Cuomo from Weezer is secretly Kurt Cobain? Kurt Cobain faked his death and he disguised himself as Rivers Cuomo. Because Weezer, they use power chords and Nirvana used power chords. And they both use the same distortion pedal. So maybe they're the same person. This is in 12/8, really. This is in 12/8. Is that really true? Holiday, far away to stay on a holiday. Let's go today. a heart beat. I think Weezer was probably a more complex band than Nirvana. Seems like they had more musical theory understanding. And also Rivers Cuomo, he was in like I think he was in like a Cheap Trick cover band. And so he was really good at these guitar solos. So if you listen to like Weezer's solos, they're weirdly metal. Man, I fucking hate music today so much. It's so shit. People need to be killed.
Today we are working.
I found out about this Ice Spice lady the other day. People need to be fucking killed, man. I think we need to shake up the world order. This is the problem with nukes, is that it makes war difficult. Like if you had like the like it used to be, hey, you know what? We don't fuck with you guys. What you're doing is bullshit. We're gonna wage war against you. And now it's like, wait, you're waging war? What, do you want to destroy the whole world? It's like, no, I want to destroy you. I don't want to destroy the whole world. I want to destroy you. I think we've just given women way too many rights. Way too many rights. They've gotten way too comfortable. They think that's just like, yeah, this is how it's always been. It's like, no, you're being allowed to do this. This is not the natural order. You've been given permission. It's just the facts. I know what is the Ben Shapiro? Facts do not care about your feelings. That's been memed on, but it is a reality. This is not a natural order. I hope Russia wins. Big time. I'm pulling for Russia. America, the EU, NATO, Ukraine, they are the bad guys. I'm just living in 2100. Y'all be able to catch up to me in 100 years and you'll know I was right. I hope Texas secedes from America. I want to live in the Republic of Texas. I don't want to be a part of the United States. The United States should no longer be a country. It served its purpose. There should be a national divorce. Eastern Oregon, that should be a part of Idaho. There's no reason for like all these states, this whole country, it makes no sense. Anybody with a brain already knows this. These are like whole different groups of people trying to keep it together. It's not going to happen for much longer. If you studied the Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire, you know what I'm talking about. We're on borrowed time. So I think what Democrats need to come around to is this idea of a peaceful national divorce. I don't want a civil war. You have to have a peaceful national divorce. Because clearly, we don't want to live in the same country anymore. Obviously, we can have visitation rights, get to see each other on weekends or whatever the fuck. But we gotta get divorced. Canada. Canada is about to get divorced. You can feel it. They were very close in the 90s. Quebec was going to secede. Now it's going to happen for real. I'm certain of it. I think it's going to start with Canada. I think Alberta is going to secede from Canada. Quebec is then going to follow suit. And then maybe it might start with Texas out here. You know what would be cool? I want Alberta, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Texas, Florida, all of that to be one country. Just through the middle. I want Alberta, Canada, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, all the way through to Texas, like Missouri, or Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, that whole stretch of land, all the way up to Canada and Alaska to be one country. And then California, Oregon, fucking New York, all of that shit, they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. That would really solve the problems. It would begin to solve the problems. So if California wants to have some dumbass fucking reparations or whatever, fine, destroy your fucking economy. Do what you want to do. I want no part of it. Zero IQ. My great granddaddy, he was a slave and you should give me money. No, fuck you. Retard. Why don't you fucking go fix your life? Why don't you do something productive? It's like, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, I don't care if something bad happened to your great-great-grandfather. I feel bad for your great-great-grandfather. I don't feel bad for you. That shit didn't happen to you, dude. It's like... But the generational trauma, shut the fuck up. Every single person on the entire planet Earth has generational trauma. It's called the fall of man. Jews have been going through this shit for thousands of years, motherfucker. Why don't you guys build something of value? I'm sick of yous. I'm sick of yous. No. But we all know. Everybody knows. Some people are afraid to admit it, but we all know. Go read the bell curve. Go read history. Go look at anything. Just trust your eyes, not your feelings. Muslims are awesome. Awesome group of people. I like Indians. The Japanese are cool. China, I'm very impressed with China. My favorite country in Africa is Ethiopia. Rwanda is doing very good right now. They did have that whole situation in the 90s, but if you actually look into it, Rwanda is one of the best countries in Africa right now. South Africa, though, so South Africa, people want to like South Africa because they came out of the whole apartheid thing. Go look up what's happening in South Africa right now. The country has been destroyed. They're about to just start genociding each other. The quality of life was much higher during apartheid South Africa. And that's just reality. Look it up. Don't believe me? Go look at South Africa right now. They're killing each other. They have rolling blackouts. The whole country's falling apart. Sorry, Nelson. It didn't work out. I'd wonder what Elon has to say about it, but I think at this point he's like, whatever. I don't need to stick my hand over that stove at this point. But Rwanda, Ethiopia, they're doing really good. There's this whole thing called the East African, it's a proposition essentially. So in East Africa, they're trying to create a federation of states, which I'm fully supportive of. It'd be like an EU for East Africa. It's called the EAF. It has not been implemented yet, but there's a lot of negotiations about it. I think it's a good idea. Now, Western Africa, that's a fucking nightmare. there's this great documentary about these Chinese people who are trying to create industry in Africa. They had some choice words. The Chinese are less sensitive, they're less racially sensitive as we are. The reason why America is so racially sensitive is because of this whole melting pot idea. Where we're like, well, let's just like put everybody together in the same place. What could possibly go wrong? The slow and gruesome and prolonged and horrific death of the West. Hey, there was a time when things were better. No, there wasn't. This is the best things have ever been. This is the peak. Man. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this war turns out. I hope Russia just fucking dicks on NATO. Fuck NATO. Fuck Finland. Fuck Ukraine. Fuck Germany. Fuck France. Fuck Britain. And fuck America. I think we need anarchy, and I mean that truthfully. We need a reversion. I think, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to nuclear war. I think we need to like take some serious steps back and try to rebuild from scratch. We'll see what happens. Stay tuned. It's just our leaders are so incompetent. Oh, man. Obviously, it is probably wise not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But shit's pretty fucked right now. I think a couple cities could be nuked. I don't want the whole world to be nuked. Let's up the stakes. I don't think people realize we're playing for real right now. What targets would you guys want to get nuked? Personally, I think well, I think London is a good choice. London, Paris. That'll really give us a shock to our system. If how many nukes does it take to destroy the internet? That's the real question. Can we shut down TikTok? That's something I don't fuck with China, man. China, what are you guys doing? Go look at China's TikTok. It's all like instructional, like science experiments. It's like you can do this and you can help the Communist Party. Pitch in and like do this science experiment and like learn. It's like educational. Whereas American TikTok is like, all right, shake your ass, show your titties, be promiscuous, do some immoral shit, do drugs. Go look it up. Go see it with your own eyes. Go boot up TikTok. I guarantee you what you'll be shown is so disturbing. You've just tolerated too much. I'm not for tolerance. I am for standards. And so that is the wisdom of fascism, essentially. People are so negative about fascism. And it is a misunderstanding. Hitler was not a fascist. He was a National Socialist. Mussolini was the fascist. Go read it. Doctrine of Fascism. You ever read it? I read it. Hitler was on some other shit, but fascism goes something like this. It says, listen, motherfucker. You better fucking stay in line. It's all about degrees. It isn't all one thing or the other thing, right? China figured that out. China was all communist, and then they figured out, well, what happens if we liberalize our economy, right? And then now they're like doing really good. So China, they turned themselves into a capitalist economy, but they're still a communist government. Now, I don't think that is necessarily the correct formulation, but it's along those lines. It isn't all one thing. This is why fascism is wrong, and this is why capitalism is correct, and this is why socialism is right, and capitalism is wrong. It's not that. It's a mix and a choose. And so I think we need to have a little bit of fascism in the discussion. Just mix that into the pot. Personally, I'm an anarchist. But if we're gonna have a government, I don't want to have this shitty government. So the thing is this is what it is. It's who is running this hypothetical fascist government. And that's ultimately the problem with fascism, is that if the people you don't like get in there, there's some big problems. But if you agree, what's the problem? Thing is, I think fascism is probably a more rational form of government than communism. See, the deaths under the fascist governments were from wars, right? Whereas the deaths under communist governments was from like malignant incompetence and like deliberate mass starvations, right? And so I think fascism is a little closer to the right direction. Like, fascism is what got Germany out of the Great Depression before America did. Like, America was in the Great Depression for like a whole decade longer than Germany. We all know about the Weimar Republic, right? When Germany was suffering from hyperinflation. That was after World War I, and they forced Germany to become a democracy, and then they had hyperinflation, right? And then Hitler came to power, and his economic policies brought Germany out of the depression. He ended the inflation, right? And he did it at a much more effective rate than FDR. Like, if you take an American history class, they love to jerk off FDR like he was this great savior or whatever. The reality is FDR's policy prolonged the Depression. Go look into it. It's true. I'm dead ass fucking serious. FDR prolonged the Depression. Germany came out of Depression way faster. That's why Hitler won the Nobel Peace Prize. They were like, this dude's awesome. His policy works. The Jew stuff is a little questionable, but like all right. But the point I was making essentially is that there is a soundness to fascist economic policy. That does not exist for communist or socialist governments, right? What happened to Russia? Bankrupt. What happened to Venezuela? Bankrupt. What happened to Cuba? Bankrupt. And obviously the communist governments were not under the international banking system. So I guess bankrupt is not the accurate term, but you understand the point I'm making. I like Trump's new idea that he just came out with, like building these new cities. The thing is, I wish Trump was fascist. People are all got their panties in a twist. This guy is not a fascist. If Trump was a fascist, he would still be president. And the world would be better for it. I don't give a fuck what you saw on the news. Brave New World. I think we're, if anything, out of like Fahrenheit 451, 1984, and Brave New World, I don't think any one of them was more accurate than the other. I think it's going to be like a combination of all three. And so, in Fahrenheit 451, this is what people misunderstand about Fahrenheit 451. It's not that the government voted for people to burn books. The people burned the books willingly, essentially, right? They chose ignorance. In Brave New World, the idea of soma, where whenever anything is bad is happening, you just take soma and then you don't care anymore. I think that is certainly on the horizon. And then 1984, all this discussion of what is misinformation, what is right information, what is that, it all goes into this complex information war that's occurring over what is the factual information, right? And so, that is to say, we are in a precarious situation. Because the only reason why this notion of misinformation, disinformation would be implemented into the lexicon at all is because there are certain people trying to dictate what is true and what is not true for other people. Right? You understand what I'm saying? There was no conversation of misinformation or disinformation under Reagan or under Clinton, right? At least not in the same manner. And so what it is, there are people who are adopting the responsibility to be the arbiters of what is true and what is not true. And these are not well-intentioned people. These are people who have specific aims and want you to believe certain things, right? And as such, we have always been at war with Oceania. It's just facts. The only reason why they would even be saying disinformation, misinformation, any of that, is because they're trying to decide what is true for you. And some people are just happy with it. They're fine with it. Yeah, I support the party. I love Big Brother. And so prior to the internet, essentially, these conversations would be held out by special, like, college educated, like, behind back doors, like, Harvard, whatever the fuck, right? But now all the information is distributed among the people, right? And so people can decide what they want with all of the same information that these Harvard degrees people, these Cambridge Analytica, well, that's not right, but you get what I'm saying. We have all the same information that they do. And so there's a war over what is the right direction for the world, right? And so when you have this whole discussion over these World Economic Forums, right, these EU economic green policies, the Green New Deal, all of that, that's essentially the elitists, right, the people who have stature in society saying, you know what, it is more important that we meet some sort of green deadline or whatever, right, for electronic cars, then you have the freedom to choose whatever vehicle you want to drive. Or it's more important that we minimize our farming, like our cow usage or whatever, right? Then you get to choose what you want to eat. And so now we're going to put like cockroach additives in food. Do you understand what I'm saying? So those are elitists that went to the colleges saying, well, you want to meet this green deadline, and we don't give a fuck about the people. So you guys don't need to eat meat. Whereas now the people have access to all the same information saying, no, I want to eat meat. Fuck you, Klaus Schwab. So that's what people are arguing over now, right? And then that goes into every single argument. This whole situation with gender, all of these ideas of whether it's feminism, transgenderism, those all come from college theoretical discussions, right? Normal people don't think about shit like that. People, elitists in colleges who get a gender studies degree, they come up with all these ideas. And it's just facts. Some people just aren't smart enough to put it all together. Now, you can be on one side of the issue or the other side of the issue all you want, but the people who aren't able to see what is happening, that's what's disturbing to me. And you know, basically, like, language is becoming meaningless when it's like me, a Jew. When I go to college, I get in arguments with transgender people and they accuse me of being a Nazi. At that point, when a Jew is being accused of being a Nazi, language has become meaningless. Because I don't agree with your perspective on gender. And so that's just the state of the world, essentially, as far as I see it. I guess some people are like, oh, the weather is fine, or maybe I'm going to go get a drink with Todd later. All I know, if they don't fix it, we're going to have a January 7th on our hand. Get it? Oh. That COVID shit really fucked shit up, didn't it? I would have happily like not cared that much if they didn't do all of that. But now I'm stuck with a permanent burning hatred for the rest of my life. And I don't think I'm gonna feel better until I see like politicians being like flung off rooftops or something. Oh joy. Okay. Well, let's see. What's the plan? That felt pretty good. I think I'll call it quits. I gotta go do some stuff.